showing that
It is
the
5:30,
opening.
and we will start the meeting. Call to order, please.
Councilmember Varela,
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Stowe, Vice Mayor Reyes,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. Oral communications, this is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. There are no oral communications. We will now move into city council closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before I do, I just wanted to note, we do have a quorum, and Councilmember Gorola, can you confirm that you're at your address within the city limits? Because I think we need to have a quorum within the city limits. Isn't that correct, City Attorney?
That's true. Yeah, I think
Yes,
that's.
I'm in the city limits.
Okay, so just to clarify, we do have a quorum with Councilmember Gorola participating from a residence of the city limits. So tonight, we have 6 items before the city council in closed session. First, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators Property, APN 261-190-006, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Negotiating Parties, City of Porterville, and William and Pamela Nikow, under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators Property, 885 West Henderson Avenue, Porterville, California, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Negotiating Party, City of Porterville, and Cram Construction Company, under negotiation terms and price. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators Property, APN 50 West Olive, Suite B, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Negotiating Party, City of Porterville, and 50 West Olive LLC, under negotiation terms and price. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, City of Porterville v. Keo Melavone et al., Tulare County Superior Court Case Number 282-164. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case concerning a cease and desist demand dated April 27th, 2020 regarding e-cig smoke shop, and 3 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiffs. And item 6, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 4 cases, staff report.
We will go into closed session.
Usually I have the problem from the shiny light, light down.
It is 6:52. We will convene open session and report on reportable action items taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. If there is no one that would like to do the invocation, for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here to comment for the public hearing or wish to comment on item number 12, please hold your comment when that item comes up, and you will be given the opportunity then. Thank you.
Hi, Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. I had to leave early last, well, it wasn't early, but I had to leave the last meeting, and after watching that appeal, that decision on the ordinance, what struck me about that whole deal, it reminded me of kind of the Wizard of Oz. I mean, we didn't know who was behind the curtain. We had 2 or 3 contact people that apparently within a couple months had left their positions there, and then we didn't know who the owner was, and finally the owner came out and said who he was. And it just bothered me that as we consider this, that we don't know who we're dealing with. And some of the language and some of the kind of the tone of the representatives and the threats of litigation. And this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. I didn't want out-of-towners coming in, trying to intimidate us, and then masking themselves behind corporations and LLCs. And I've talked to a consultant this week, and I asked him what the interest was with towns like Porterville with the out-of-towners, and she had told me that the new thing in the marijuana industry is to go out and get some of from the smaller jurisdictions, get permits for one reason, to get the revenue to build their business. But what they're trying to do is, like any multilateral corporation, I guess, is they're trying to get a lot of offices so that they can go public in the stock market and then sell stock. So they're less concerned about making money for the jurisdiction they're in, or even make money as they are, and trying to come up with a IPO that they can cash in. Which brings up another issue, is if you're in a corporation and that's what you do, and then you sell out, and this is probably going to be something to be addressed by the lawyer eventually, is, if we negotiate a deal with one officer and then he sells his corporation or sells a controlling interest corporation, we've de facto transferred this license to a different person, when our ordinance says that you can't transfer the license. So what I'm getting from the consultant maybe is this is kind of an in-run around the ability to not sell the license just by putting it in a corporation and then going public and then selling your corporation and changing the operating. So anyway, there's a lot of things here that as we progress, we need to keep an eye on, because I don't trust it.
Thank you very much. Is there anything that should be read out under oral communications from the community? Did we get any?
Nothing additional.
So we do have a number of written communications, which I will read into the record. The first is from Dakota S., which asks, what is the plan for mass testing in Tulare County? Where can we find information on the tests available? Things like how much does each test cost the consumer and producer? How reliable and accurate is the current test administered by the county? Next comment is from Jason Pommier. Good evening, Mayor Flores, council members, and City of Porterville staff. My name is Jason Pommier, and as the board chairman for the Porterville Chamber of Commerce, I would like to submit my support for the approval of item number 14 on tonight's agenda, consideration of amendment to Community Development Block Grant Business Assistance Loan Program Guidelines. As all of us know, small businesses have been greatly affected for the past few months, and it will be important for them to have the opportunity to stay in business when we make our gradual return to normalcy. With the passing of this agenda item, I will be more than happy to work with the city of Porterville in communicating the loan program guidelines to those businesses in need so that we may continue the positive direction that Porterville has seen in recent years. Thank you. Next comment is from Deanna Tillery. Good evening. I would like to ask you to please open the golf course with measures taken for social distancing and safety of course. My family loves going to the course, my 11-year-old daughter especially. It is great exercise and family time. Thank you for your time. Next is from Robert Tillery. Opening the golf course. Please open the golf course. Need the exercise and enjoyment of sport back in my life. Golf is a sport that encourages social distancing. And finally, from Ann Marquez. Hello, my name is Ann Marquez. Today, I had an idea and wanted to bring it to your attention before I actually made an event out of it. I have a son that will be graduating from Monache this month. I know that the circumstances at the moment, graduates this year will not be able to walk across stage with all their friends and audience. I was trying to come up with some way to show my senior off. I had mentioned the idea on the senior's Facebook page about decorating my vehicle with my son's school colors and having him wear his cap and gown and drive him around town. Other parents loved the idea as well and wanted to do this. I wanted to make an event on Facebook to invite other parents to do the same. This event would take place on a certain day at the end of May from, let's say, 6 to 7 p.m. Families would have to decorate their own vehicle and drive their own graduate. I was thinking of mentioning to people to drive towards Main Street around 6 p.m., then drive to Henderson, to Westwood, to Olive, and back to Main. There would be no actual meeting area. No one would get out of their vehicle, no mingling at all anywhere. Anyways, I just wanted to mention this and get your opinion about this before I made an event and let the word out. Thank you for listening. Ann Marquez, QUIS. Bellevue Elementary, testing and resource assistant, instructional assistant. Those are the public comments.
Thank you very much. And we don't have any other ones that would be coming in on a delay.
No additional comments have been made on the email.
Thank you very much. We will now move into the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. The first one, Tulare County Economic Development. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation met on April 22nd in it was a teleconference meeting. Usually we meet in Exeter. But the meeting, we went over governance and leadership. We approved minutes. We went over board meeting planning schedule, and we'll be conducting, teleconferences for these meetings moving forward due to COVID-19. We went over the third quarter financial report as well. We took action on that, and there was a report on the 2020 Economic Summit, and then we went into some reports on project client services, COVID-19 Biz Assist, the Business Capital Fund, which has underperformed, Recovery and Renewal Task Force report as well. The biggest conversation I would say from that we had with the board was around the governance and the fiscal policy changes. And so this was, we had a very solid conversation. It was tension at points, but the biggest takeaway from that, I would say, was the fact that there is possible changes. Well, there are changes being considered to I guess, ensure that the public. So the EDC is composed of the public agencies, jurisdictions across the county, and so now they're trying to limit the seats, I would say, of the public agencies, and so from going, I guess the smaller cities would rotate their their seats but still be contributing $10,000, but they would only rotate every year, and so there was a conversation from various council members were voicing their concerns about the fact that those smaller cities should have representation. I voiced my opinion. I said I wasn't really in favor of us limiting or I guess there being less public voices on the seats on the board itself, and so. At the end, there seemed to be a lot of opposition for us moving forward. Since the meeting and now, it's come to my understanding that Farmersville has actually pulled out. Once they're this year, I think, and I don't know, city manager, if you don't, I forgot the date, but I think it's at the end of June. It should be their last. That ends their contract for this fiscal year, and so there will no longer be paying and contributing, being an active member of the EDC. So I know that the Visalia councilman also was in opposition, and the idea, basically, I would say that I understood from this whole meeting was there does seems to be a sense that public agencies should contribute to the EDC, but there should be the balance of powers. It's not going to be balanced anymore. There's going to be a little bit more, possibly be more private sector, board members compared to the public sector members on this board. And so it was a concern that I had and that other members had. And so I know that we are still going to be in conversation this next meeting in May. And at the same time, I know that at the end of the meeting, I did request that the Paul Saldana make an appearance to the city council and provide a report. And so I know that the city manager, I don't know, with that's my report. I don't know if the city manager would like to make any additions to that meeting.
So I did have a chance to talk to Mr. Saldana, and he has confirmed for your first meeting of June, I believe it's June 5th or 6th, and either that will be in person if we are at that stage at that time in the 1st of June, or at a minimum would be provide electronic presentation. But he is preparing, and will come and present an annual report to the council. I guess kind of in line with that, the Board of Supervisors today considered their continued membership within the EDC, and though I didn't get to hear it personally, reports to me is that the EDC, the county, is not a big supporter of maintaining its. And Patrice, you listened to it. They didn't take any official action in that regard, did they?
No.
Okay, so they didn't take any, but it was. Go ahead.
Yeah, they didn't take any action. They were very disturbed that their amount had increased so much.
So what's happened is that so the EDC board referred this back to Mr. Britt to work with the city managers, because that's where the public formula was developed, which a number of different formulas was discussed. I would say candidly, none of which the county is supportive of, because the county's approach is that there's a number that they're willing to pay. It's not based on a formula, it's just a number. And then I will tell you, the way the rest of the public members are feeling about that is that if the county sets its number, then the formula should be applied to that number, and everybody's dues accordingly. So if, as an example, under the formula, if the county is supposed to pay $100,000 and Porterville is supposed to pay $20,000, and the county says, well, we're going to pay $50,000, well, the public formula then would say, well, that was a 50% discount, so everybody gets a 50% discount. So City of Porterville, you went from $20,000 to $10,000. Well, that's not how you put together a budget. And so I would say that is how this is kind of progressing right now. So the ball's in the county's court. The city managers have reminded Mr. Britt that the ball's in his court, and so I would say to date, there's not been any movement in that regard.
I have a question. what does the private sector pay in membership?
That isn't readily disclosed.
Oh, it's not, but the public is. I mean, the public, we have to disclose ours.
Correct.
So at the presentation today, I was a little upset that Mr. Saldana had really laid it on the city managers that this amount had been discussed among them. And the other thing that I was concerned with is that there's 100,000 in some kind of foundation for the private sector programs. And so I have a lot of questions when he comes to present with us. Do you know what that money's for?
There are certain activities, as an example, the Economic Summit that was put on is not an activity of the EDC, it's an activity of the foundation, as an example. So there are certain programs that there are certain programs that the EDC did not have public support to continue, which the private sector wished to do, which they say that they can better fund as a foundation instead of, and it comes to the I'm just telling you what the private sector folks say. They say that they, as an example, the gas company can give more money to a foundation based on its 501c4 designation, as an example, than as a 501c3. And so even though the gas company, and I'll use Colby Wells, who's the chair of the committee, let's say they give $500 to the EDC as a private member, they may give $2,500 to the foundation. And I don't know what the exact numbers are. Those aren't reported. But that is, as Mr. Saldana has reported, that is that, the private members typically don't provide a lot to the EDC itself. They're contributing on the foundation side because the public members are paying for the recruitment, the manufacturing, industrial recruitment, and then other programs like the Economic Summit and those sorts of things are funded by the, and I think those are all very good questions to ask for better clarification from Mr. Saldana.
I want to thank you, but I do believe we will have a lot of questions for Mr. Saldana, especially in the economic development aspect, and I'm certain there has been a lot of discussion amongst the board with regard to the fees. And did anyone else have any questions? Councilmember?
Mayor, if I may, there was one additional item that was discussed at the Board of Supervisors meeting today with regard to the EDC, and that had to do with Supervisor Shuklian asking about the makeup of the advisory committee and the recovery task force, because those committees are primarily, I think, exclusively made up by private sector individuals. And so she had inquired as to why that was the case. And he really had no response to that, but then he did indicate that there has been a vacancy on the advisory committee for over 3 years that was previously filled by the Exeter mayor. And so he basically said that there's been this vacancy, but there's been no interest from the public agencies in filling it. And so she was surprised to learn that, and she asked if he had advised anyone of the vacancy, and he also didn't have a response. So I guess there is a vacancy.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that information. We will now move on to the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation Summit. I believe Councilmember Garola and I were the ones that were on. Do we know if any other council members joined? I'll go ahead and kind of highlight on the summit, and then I'll ask Councilmember Garola if she would like to add any more. It was presented on April the 24th, and it was virtual. The presenter was Mr. Chris Thornburg, which he made reference to the global pandemic and regarding the unprecedented contagiousness and the mortality rate of COVID. He identified the public health actions to the shelter in place and the millions of workers that were put into unemployment, and then bringing out to the forefront how bad is this damage to the economy. He walked us through with several explanations on several slides which were related to business. One that really caught my attention was dated back to the recessions, where he highlighted that in 2001, 2007, the trillions in borrowing, the collapsing of lending standards, the imbalance of the economy, the home production, how the home prices and mortgage borrowing with high interest rates, and that in 2007, millions had lost their jobs in construction, real estate, finance, and at the time there was not a back to normal levels of unemployment until 2005. As he spoke to the pandemic today, that it is a shock to the system of economy, but is one that is a public health mandate. He indicated that there were job losses that were seen, but that they were not permanent, but there is a loss of revenues and a loss of income. And then what he said, how bad that would be how long the shutdown is. And what he said and highlighted was to listen to the public health officials. Within the presentation, it was noted the compensation and spending by sectors and owners by housing, renters, and the percentage of incomes, the government reactions as it related to household business, local government, and other efforts, the retail sales, the industrial production, the unemployment, the labor markets, et cetera, et cetera. I want to say that I'm very grateful that I participated in the summit. It was informative, and as we saw how the pandemic affected national, statewide, and bringing it down to local government, it proved to be beneficial as far as I was concerned. Councilmember Garola?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I was struck by. One is that in the 2008 collapse, we did have to regenerate the economy. Now we still have a large bulk of people working, and those businesses are still there. They'll just bring the people back. So he says that will jumpstart the economy in a more positive light. He said also that there's a labor shortage and need for housing, but the people that are moving into Tulare County, there's more college degree residents, and as the mayor said, we need to listen to the public health officials, because if we get to stay in front of the curve and be patient, because if we don't, then what will happen is that we'll have to close up again, and that's when the economy will be hurt. And so we need to be patient with that. I felt it was a very good presentation, so it really did give me some hope that we will get through this and we will be able to pick up the pieces again.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Lawless, did you have anything to
Yeah,
add?
I had the opportunity to participate, and I thought he did a concise job at the end, basically with his forecast saying that obviously Q2, the April, May, and June is going to be a disaster. He forecasted a better than good recovery for July, August, September, and then a back to normal October, November, December. However, he made two important declarations on that. One, there was or two big assumptions in doing that. One being that there would not be a reopening of the economy in California any sooner than May 15th. And as we all know, that is beginning sooner than that. And the reason that he predicated on May 15th is because he felt that that was the data that was being reflected. He made very candidly that he felt Georgia and Florida were moving too fast, because he said the worst thing that you can have happen is a resurgence in your fourth quarter, because that's when everybody makes their money, October, November, December. That is when all economic activity generally accelerates. And so if you are back in the stay-at-home, if you have to go backwards, that will be an economic killer. So two important assumptions. One, he was basing upon data at that time that was showing a reopening of the economy in mid-May. And then secondly, that it did not have basically moving backwards based on a surge, a secondary surge of patients.
Thank you very much. Okay. We will go on to the next one, the City Council Essential Business Ad Hoc Committee for April 27 and April 29. Who would like to address that? Councilmember Reyes, Vice Mayor Reyes, or Councilwoman Garola?
Well,
I'll let Councilmember Reyes start.
Okay.
I can just start by saying that, taking a look at what was happening and trying to make good assessments and talk about how we were going to approach that becomes difficult as the landscape changes. And so the meetings, whereas we try to get a good grasp of where we're at, it's like trying to hold water in your hands, because by the next time we meet, some things change. But with that said, I think looking at trying to take constructive approaches to what we see and what our community is doing, and trying to balance responsibility with the opportunity for people to still participate is important. But as for anything definitive, it's difficult, even still, given that even today we get different regulations, and by Thursday we'll have some more guidelines to deal with. So looking at how we can continue to act responsibly locally, because there is an element of local decision making. I wouldn't go as far as to say local control, but there's definitely local influence that can be made, as long as we know what our role is and what our local ordinances and things dictate. So from that, I'll defer to some of the other folks that were in the meeting at this point.
I think that right now we're just sort of gearing up and trying to understand what's going on in terms of the state and county, as Councilmember Reyes says, keeping up with the governor's updates, also listening in to the board of supervisors as we did today. So it's a moving target, and we want to do the best thing for our community, but we also have to follow the mandates that have been put forth in front of us. And I have to go back to the presentation that was given to us, and I keep that in my mind now, that we've got to listen to public health. This isn't about politics. This isn't about us as council members. It's what the public health officials are saying, that we need to stay in front of the curve in order for us to not have a rebound of this virus. And as the city manager said, we don't want it at the peak of the businesses when we're getting near Christmas. So we're looking at everything that comes out. We did get correspondence. We do review those. But, I think we're just getting ourselves ready for what's to come.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to add to this?
I'd just like to say I appreciate the valuable time that the members of council have provided. I'd say collectively we've probably spent 10 to 12 hours in a variety of meetings. We've actually had a subsequent meeting to win the agenda, which was the ad hoc committee met yesterday afternoon. So they've had 4 meeting dates and then even time spent today. So I appreciate the valuable time that they're doing and staying very well informed of what is a very fluid landscape, changing daily, and it's even changing twice a day. Just different orders or information that comes from Sacramento that will then be changed differently. And I'll use there was actually, I'll give this as an example. It wasn't one but I'll use this as an example. There was a letter that came from the state indicating that all beaches were going to be closed this last weekend. And that came out on Thursday. On Friday, the governor came out and said, well, it's actually just going to be Orange County beaches. And that just happened, and there was an official communication that came from the state that was going to be the case, and then the governor announced it was only one county's beaches, based on arguably a number of different things. So, but I just use that as an example where even the information you get one day isn't as good as the next day. So it's a constant it's a constant review of information, and what is good today probably won't be good tomorrow. So having to be, it's a very, and I really appreciate their attention and commitment and time that's been devoted.
I want to thank them for listening to the Board of Supervisors meetings. That helps in a lot of this. And the question that I have, that will cover also the May 1 and May 4th meeting in this report that you've already done. Okay, thank you very much. So we move on to the San Joaquin Valley Air.
That would be me. I actually have a quite extensive report of this meeting.
Okay.
The good news is Vice Mayor Reyes was reelected in the position on the board. No thanks to me, due to the fact that I fall asleep in my easy chair during the meeting, and I'm sorry, and I apologize. I called him and I felt so bad because I was working outside in the car all day long, and I come in at 5 o'clock, and all day I kept saying, I got to be at this meeting. I got to go attend this meeting, zoom in. And 5 o'clock I come in and sit down and talk to Lori, and I fall asleep. And I woke up, she goes, you believe it's past 6 o'clock already? And I go, yeah, and it hit me. Oh, crap. And it took me another 5 minutes to try to find the invite number and the password, and the meeting was over by then. And I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone.
But at least Vice Mayor Reyes is still on the committee.
They did reappoint three people that were on the board and still are. So Councilmember Christina Fugazi from Stockton, Mayor Chris Vieira from Ceres, and then myself, as they had changed some of the regulations at the League of Cities level a few years back to be able to make some reappointments in the event that they needed to keep institutional knowledge, and considering the situation we're in, they thought it would be a good idea to keep us on there. So, as for the risk, there's always a risk that I wouldn't be reappointed, but because of the circumstances, it seemed like it was something that the board itself was looking to initiate. So, Mayor Milt, it's a good thing we got it that way, and it wasn't like a campaign run or something like that. So no worries, and I'm glad to be able to serve. And the term is for 3 years, so 3 additional years for Porterville to have representation for small cities in Tulare County on the Air District.
Thank
Well, that's
you.
good. Because if you had lost by 1 vote, I would have killed myself. I've missed a lot of meetings.
I lost Homecoming King by 1 vote when I was in high school, so I'd know what that felt like.
Okay, come on.
I've never felt so bad. Never felt so bad about that. I thought, oh my goodness.
But your intentions were good. Okay.
All day I was thinking about it.
Thank you. All right.
Congratulations, Vice Mayor.
Yes? Oh, Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes, I just wanted to congratulate the Vice Mayor for his reappointment.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on to the mayor's meeting regarding COVID-19. I had received an electronic email from Mayor Segala, Mayor of Tulare, asking all the mayors of the large and small cities in the county to meet electronically for Thursday afternoon, April the 30th. The purpose of the meeting was to check in with each other, talk about issues that would be impacting us, and to discuss items of interest and how we could collaborate together on regional approaches or solutions. Mr. Segala had also stated in his email that he knew all city managers met Thursday morning, and perhaps they could be added and included in the conversation to join in. The items for discussion were to include the pending data about self-quarantine, and the discussion about the creation of a county-wide task force to discuss the process of reopening our cities and economies, and the possibility of having the county help the cities get their full payment of property taxes. Right before the meeting began, Mr. Segala had sent out another email and listed items for discussion in no particular order, which would he reiterated the increase in cases, the self-quarantine reporting, the testing, the countywide task force on reopening business, then essential, non-essential business enforcement, property tax payments, requiring face masks in every city, allowing businesses to turn folks away if non-compliant, and then the November elections. The virtual Zoom meeting began at 1 o'clock, and Mr. Segala unfolded the dialogue with regard to the cases in each city and how he would like to know that the COVID cases that are relevant to Tulare to best deal with the city. Mayor Gomez from Farmersville had echoed the same. Mr. Segala indicated that he had heard that there was a countywide task force being developed, and if any of us knew anything about that. I chimed in and I had stated that I believed it was being discussed at the city manager's meeting, and once they conclude their meeting, we could ask the city managers who joined in. Mayor Segala went back to the COVID cases, the numbers per city, and where they were located, and he would like the numbers for Tulare and the validation. Mayor Link had chimed in and he expressed that the city of Visalia was following Governor Newsom's executive orders and restrictions. Going back to the note on the COVID cases, Mayor Gomez echoed the importance of the cases separated by city, that he would like to make the decisions pertaining to his community. He felt that there was not defined leadership by the county. Mayor Mendoza stated that the governor issued the executive order, everything shut down with state recommendations. He asked Mr. Gala what he was going to do with the data that the county would be providing him. At this point, there was supposed to be the beginning of response, and absolutely no pun intended, Mr. Lawless and I were zoomed out and kicked off because the session had expired, so that's all I can tell you where we were on that meeting. I have nothing else to report. Thank you. And now we will go into the reports. This is the time for all staff informational items.
Thank you, Your Honor. A number of reports, many of them your quarterly reports, a couple of I would say just informational reports that the council has asked for. So happy to answer any questions, providing further information.
Has everyone had time to look at the reports, and did you have questions on them? Seeing that there are no questions,
Oh, I have one, Your Honor, if you don't mind.
please.
Slip at the OHV real quick. How's the ridership going out there? It's not on the report, but I didn't, sometimes they pad it. I don't know if Donnie's been out there to witness the riding at all, but I just had a question.
Go ahead, Don.
The ridership at the OHV park, it's been going well prior to us closing due to COVID, but the operator out there, this is his first year doing it, Mr. Short is doing a great job. The track probably hasn't looked better in a long time, so numbers were going pretty well until we had to close, unfortunately. So hopefully, whenever that gets back up and going, we'll gain some momentum back.
Okay, great. Now, I know Myron's a great promotional guy for this, and so I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a question. So, in addition to the question that was asked by Councilmember Stowe, Donnie, is there a reason why there was more ridership reported in January and I believe February, if I recall, on the report? I know there was like over 200, almost 300 folks that went out there out there, and I was wondering if there was a particular event that happened, or is that just the case that people tend to go out there in those large numbers?
The main reason this year compared to last year was that there was more days that were open because it was a lot drier those 2 months than last year, those 2 months. So it was a combination of that and just the good conditions of the track.
I have a
Please.
question kind of related to the OHV.
Okay.
Was ridership increased? And I remember at a previous point, there were some other locations that may have closed down or something like, or limited their operations. Did that have any role in the increase? Or
I'm not aware of Tulari's track closing or limiting their days. I believe they were still up and going. I'm not sure about other valley tracks maybe down in Bakersfield. So I could find that out. I'm not positive about that.
that's okay. I was thinking it was somewhere in Bakersfield because there was some talk of that maybe a year or so ago. So I was just curious. But thank you.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Rich. You have 177 who are now using the new transport. Is that still picking up?
Yeah, Councilman Gurula, ridership continues to increase. I think we ended the month with around 230 passenger trips, averaging now close to 30 trips. So still positive with this new microtransit service.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. I'm gonna probably on my next visit to State Mark, I might use it on just myself, just to try it out.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, just one final note, if I can.
Please.
To all the department heads, you guys are all superstars. I was just telling our city manager and deputy city manager how good you were and what you did for our city and how well you work together and always thinking out of the box and making things happen. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. No further questions. We will now go on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council. No items being pulled, no comment. I will entertain a motion.
I believe Vice Mayor Reyes has a conflict on, I'm sorry, I don't have the agenda in front of me. There's a project for Henderson Avenue.
Item
Oh,
7.
Item number 7?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't,
I'm okay on
that is well outside, that's well outside of his, there's a different
I think
different item that it presents that conflict.
The
This-
public
not-
hearing.
Not number 7.
Or no, yeah, the item after the public hearing, I think.
Ms. Byers, you're not correct about that.
Okay.
It won't be the first time I wasn't correct.
All right, with
I
the
just knew it was the
clarification.
Henderson Avenue project, sorry.
Okay, with the clarification that Vice Mayor Reyes has no conflict on the consent calendar, items 1 through 11. I will move.
Items 1 through 11.
Oh, can we have Councilmember Gurula?
I will say.
And a second by Councilmember Stowe. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurula? Councilmember Gurula?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now move on to the public hearing, item number 12. And this is where Vice Mayor has, no, not yet, okay. Not yet.
Next item.
Next time, okay.
Next item. So,
Mike, they're just trying to get you out of that room.
Something like that.
just to be clear, it's not the manager.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a public hearing, which is actually going to be two public hearings that are combined into one item, as we are trying to move expeditiously through navigating the waters that is HUD with the CDBG program. And so we have one public hearing or essentially two public hearings that have been scheduled for this evening, which is to consideration of amendment to Citizen Participation Plan, Consolidated Plan, and Annual Action Plan. And I would typically say Ms. Byers will provide the staff report, but I believe Mr. Ridenour is going to actually provide it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So I'll turn the mic over to Mr. Ridenour.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor and City Council members. The United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is referred to as HUD, requires all community development block grant or CDBG entitlement cities to prepare a citizen participation plan, which we'll call CPP, as well as a 5-year consolidated plan and an annual action plan. Tonight we are holding a public hearing to consider the adoption of an amended CPP as well as a consolidated plan with regard to the 2019 annual action plan. HUD recently provided guidance in regard to the utilization of CDBG CV funds that are being provided as part of the CARES Act to support the coronavirus response. The guidance provides flexibility in the use of the funds, citizens' participation, as well as public hearings for consolidated plan and action plans. Grantees have an ability to amend their citizen participation plans, to establish expedited procedures to draft, propose, or amend consolidated plans. The expedited procedures include notice and reasonable opportunity to comment of no less than 5 days. The 5-day period can run concurrently for comments on the action plan amendment and the amendment to the citizen participation plan. The flexibility also provides for virtual public hearings if national or local health authorities recommend social distancing and limiting public gatherings for public health reasons, and virtual hearings provide reasonable notification and access for citizens in accordance with the grantee's certifications, timely responses from local officials to citizen questions and issues, and public access to questions and responses. The Citizen Participation Plan provides guidelines for the participation of citizens in determining the use of CDBG funds. The current CPP was approved on February 4th, 2020. The proposed amended CPP includes provisions in accordance with HUD guidance that include virtual public hearings, ability to utilize a 5-day public comment period, and the ability for staff to bring amendments before the City Council directly at the discretion of the City Manager in the case that the expeditious completion of the task are essential to the public safety, health, and economy, as typically we have a committee that we go to prior. Portable's 5-year consolidated plan was adopted by the City Council on May 13th of 2015. A substantial amendment was subsequently approved by the City Council in November of 2016. The 2019 Annual Action Plan was approved on April 16th of 2019, which reflects the final year investment plan within the scope of the 2015 Consolidated Plan. A substantial amendment to the 2015 5-year Consolidated Plan and 2019 Annual Action Plan is being proposed to allocate CDBG CV entitlement funds to be utilized for assistance to businesses. The amendment to the action plan is deemed a substantial amendment to the consolidated plan due to the substantial increase in allocation of resources proposed to be allocated. A change is deemed substantial if it increases or decreases the amount allocated to a category of funding within the city's entitlement grant programs by 25% or more. The proposed amendment allocates CDBG CV funding in the amount of $489,098 for CDBG CV Business Assistance Program. The action plan presents ongoing proposed CDBG funded programs for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. The implementation of the action plan includes administering CDBG entitlement funds for a variety of programs and projects accompanied by program income generated by the programs. The amendment presented will add the implementation of CDBG CV entitlement funds for business assistance program. Public notice was published in English and Spanish announcing the 5-day comment period for both items. As part of the staff's public outreach, a survey was distributed on social media, which received 162 responses as of this meeting. 78.8% of the responses indicate the city should utilize CDBG CV funds for assistance to business. As well as 67% of the responses said that they were very supportive, and 17.4% said they were supportive. We had 11.8% respondents were neutral, 2.5% did not support, and 1.2% opposed. That concludes staff's report. The staff recommendation is that City Council conduct a public hearing to solicit comments on the amendment to the Citizen Participation Plan, adopt the amended Citizen Participation Plan, conduct a public hearing to solicit comments on the amendment to the 2015-2020 Consolidated Plan and the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan, adopt the amended 2015 Consolidated Plan and 2019-2020 Action Plan, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents, as well as I believe we received one written comment.
With the public hearing.
With the public hearing.
Thank you very much. It is 7:42, and we will open up the public hearing, actually, 2 public hearings combined into one. It is now open. And see that there's no one in the audience for comment. Do we have comments that have come in on this item?
One that I know of, and the city clerk will check on additional. This is a comment received from Rob Taylor. In consideration of the amendment to the CDBG Fund Business Assistance Loan Program guidelines, I strongly recommend that the council consider the current economic state of our community. Please understand that several small businesses, many who are mom and pop retail stores, cannot qualify for any emergency loans or funds through SBA. The CDBG funds may be their only lifeline. I urge the council to consider using the majority of the 2020 funds available to support the small businesses in our community who are at risk of permanent closure or at the least an unhealthy business condition with fewer employees and a less than fighting chance to survive. For a small business owner, hope is a major driving factor. With the support from our city, I believe entrepreneurs will have that hope, and we will see a stronger and a much quicker recovery with minimal fallout if used properly and effectively. Thanks for your attention. Rob Taylor, Stafford's Chocolates.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I want to note that there is no additional comments for that public hearing item.
Thank you. No additional comment. We will now close the public hearing. It is 7:44. Council.
I believe this is going to do what Rob is asking us to do, and as we set out at the last meeting, to assist the small businesses in our community. So I would move that we approve the items as outlined by the staff recommendation.
We have a motion.
Second it?
We have a second by Councilmember Stowe. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Gorella?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you so much. We will now go into scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 4 scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is going to be considering bid results for a Henderson Avenue reconstruction project, and the vice mayor does have a
Now he
conflict.
has,
My mind.
Yeah, it's a scheduled matter.
I'm okay on this, right? I'm far enough away.
Yeah, when we evaluated this before, you were outside the 500-foot I know that when we bid this project, you were okay, the vice mayor was not
Okay.
on this project.
okay.
So thank Your Honor. Before the council is bid results of the Henderson Avenue reconstruction project. This is from Indiana Street to J Street and from Plano to 2nd. part of this project had been previously back to you, which was the section, the actual Indiana to J Street. And the council may recall that we received very unfavorable bids at that particular time. And so we went back to design again, thinking if we made this a bigger project and combining another phase of Henderson Avenue, there'd be a larger project, less mobilization costs. And things of that nature. It's a fairly extensive project which has lots of infrastructure that's also being incorporated, including 2 lighted crosswalks. Council, remember you had received public comment in the past about a crossing at J Street, as well as there is a lighted crosswalk at 2nd Street as well. So a number of improvements. We're also moving ahead with dark pipe for purple pipe for tertiary treated water, as we're looking to establish that network in the city in the future. So as it's been an important principle for the council that as we're doing our major reconstruction projects that we try to plan in the future so that we don't cut this street. You do have a policy that has a no cut for 5 years. We're actually trying to look out further than that and plan accordingly. So the bid results have come back. They are almost 30% more than the engineer's estimate. It is a very uncertain bidding environment right now. I will tell you, in a number of different projects that are ongoing, even the ability to have folks working on design is difficult because some offices have closed. So the ability to move forward on this project, there is a request for additional appropriation of LTF, which we have a number of projects that are under design right now, which within this budget cycle will not be ready for construction. So we do believe that there is sufficient LTF funds to cover the difference, as well as in the water fund. I know Mr. Sanchez is on the line as well, as you've got any particular questions, but really just want to say, we can, given that it's outside is what has traditionally been the council's comfort level of 10%. I can't tell you that you're going to get better bid results by rebidding this because you have a very uncertain bidding environment right now. Number of firms that have been negatively affected with stay-at-home orders and ability of workforce types of things. So this is the major, there are 2 major road improvement projects that we have planned for this summer. This is the first of them, approximately a $10 million project. We also are looking at the reconstruction of Newcomb between Olive Avenue and Morton. So that's the other major project that's out there. And remember, that's also as part of a curb gutter sidewalk project and streetlight project in conjunction with West Putnam Elementary School. So that is close to coming forward as well. Mr. Sanchez, anything further you wish to add?
No, I think you've covered it all, John.
Okay.
Again, we've looked at different design options, but there's not really anything that we can pull out of a project to change the dynamic of it, to possibly get better bids. As we looked at every bid item price, it was within about a 10 to 15% from our engineer's estimate. Some items even lower, but all in all, that's what the market is dictating right now.
Is this company a reputable company that we haven't had problems with in the past, or have we ever used them before?
This one we have not used before. But like every contractor's, when they bid, they provide references, and those all checked out, their license checked out. So, yeah, they're in good standing from what we looked at.
Did anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, well, it's not really a question, more of just a statement, but we're using the water replacement fund because we're putting in water pipes, correct, including the purple piping.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have any questions, Councilmember Peñalosa?
No questions, just a comment. I wish roads weren't as expensive, but Henderson is in dire need, and so I think we got to move forward with this.
Okay, so are you making a motion?
Yes, I'll make it into a motion, Mayor. I'll motion to approve the bidding contract for the reconstruction of Henderson Avenue.
Okay, you're gonna go with the staff recommendation?
Yes, to the Cal Valley Construction.
Okay, and there's items 1 through 6 on the recommendation, so that is yours. Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa and a second by Councilmember Stowe. No further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Dogs in my car says absolutely yes.
Mayor Flores.
Absolutely, yes. And it passes unanimous. Thank you so much, with 4-1. We need to call Vice Mayor back in. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next scheduled matter this evening is the consideration of amendment to Community Development Block Grant, CDBG Business Assistance Loan Program Guidelines. And again, Mr. Reitner will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, City Council members again. As noted earlier, with the passage of the CARES Act, the City of Porterville will receive $489,098 of CDBG CV funds. On April 21st, the City Council provided staff direction to read back an addendum to the CDBG Business Assistance Program to be able to utilize the CDBG CV funds. A draft addendum to the BAP guidelines provides the rules for the assistance program. The intent of the program is to be able to provide for a forgivable loan for short-term working capital to businesses located in Porterville to avoid job loss caused by business closures related to social distancing, to enable the retention of jobs held by low and moderate income persons. Staff is proposing that the program utilize the guidelines that have been established for the BAP revolving loan fund as a foundation with strategic amendments that enable the program to be compliant with CDBG CV funding and that encourage a streamlined process to be able to provide assistance to businesses in need as soon as possible. The program guidelines that have been included in the agenda item outline that the funds may not be used to pay cost if another source of financial assistance is available to pay that cost. Applicants will be required to demonstrate that they are not able to receive or have been denied assistance from other federal programs such as the SBA Paycheck Protection Program, often referred to as the PPP, or the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, also called EIDL loans. An applicant that has received assistance from other programs will need to demonstrate the amount of assistance awarded by another program is not adequate to cover the gap of funds that has been caused by a reduction in revenue due to COVID-19 pandemic related to social distancing to cover their short-term working capital needs. The loan is intended for working capital, which is defined as capital for day-to-day operations of the firm, acquisition of assets, or payment of obligations to enable job retention. HUD mandates that one full-time job equivalent be retained by a low and moderate income persons for every $35,000 borrowed. Staff is proposing a term of the loan to be 10 years with the availability of a loan to be forgiven if the loan recipient meets the condition of retaining the position or positions as outlined in the loan agreement continuously for 2 years by providing necessary documentation. The proposed interest rate is 2% or the current LAIF rate, whichever is greater at the time of the loan, with payments to be deferred for 24 months. That interest rate is the same as how we have it with the current program. The BAP currently requires that all loans be collateralized with real property unless the applicant does not have real property with available equity. In such cases, a personal guarantee is considered with a notarized statement that the applicant does not own real property with available equity within the state of California. The requirement has been a deterrent in the past for some interested applicants. staff is proposing for the CDBG CV program that the loans be secured with a personal guarantee from the borrower. A background check is also required and is currently conducted using a third-party company at a cost of the applicant. Staff is proposing that the background check of the applicant be conducted using the Superior Court of California of Tulare County case search website. In the development of the CDBG CV program guidelines addendum, staff evaluated the current CDBG BAP program guidelines for potential inefficiencies within the program. Staff would like to amend the evidence of program procedures section of the guidelines to require applicants to provide documentation of the use of funds within 120 days of receipt of funds. Specifying the requirement will assist in the collection of required documentation. Staff would also like to amend the background check process to utilize the Superior Court of California of Tulare County case search website instead of a third party that can take up to 2 weeks. The applicants have also indicated that the security requirement of using real property to secure a BAP loan is a deterrent for the program. Staff can utilize personal guarantees to secure BAP loans instead of real property if that is the direction of City Council. The CDBG BAP program guidelines with the pros and amendments, as well as the draft CDBG CV BAP guidelines, have been included in the agenda as well. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the draft CDBG CV program guidelines addendum and provide direction on the use of real property as security and adopt the proposed amendments to the CDBG BAP revolving loan fund guidelines, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Council?
I have a question as a follow-up to that last
Please.
part in regards to the security of the loan. So I know that many of the businesses, small businesses, generally are renting rather than own that property. So they would have to have another method of being able to secure the loan with some kind of collateral. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am. So oftentimes the applicant puts up their personal home as collateral.
Okay.
That's assuming they own a home. I mean, this is the challenge sometimes, is that if they don't, they're leasing space for their business, then don't own their home but renting a home, there isn't the property to secure against. And so this became the challenge of, with some pretty large loans in the past of, let's say, $50,000, because that was administratively how, under the regulations, could be administered, and then and then in many cases, these folks are business owners. It's left with the question: do you, and really one for the city attorney, do you go to court to get a judgment and then get a garnishment, or what are the, that's essentially what's looking at. But in many cases, these are businesses that don't have payroll; they're sole proprietorships or those sorts of things, and so achieving a garnishment or a judgment is difficult to achieve.
I remember I was on council when that $50,000 wasn't paid back, and it was difficult. So, we want to make sure that, well, one, this is a good program. I want to thank the staff for all the work they've done on that, and it certainly is going to help quite a few of our businesses in town, small businesses.
And quickly, Mr. Lawless is correct. Oftentimes applicants come in and many of them do not own any real property, and so if that is the case, they are able to submit an affidavit that is notarized that they do not own any real property, and that is considered for the loan, as the intention of the loan program is to assist businesses to grow and to hire low to moderate income persons.
Mayor, if I may.
Please.
I wanted to make some suggestions and some changes to some of the language. In the addendum as well as the guidelines, there's an outline of eligible applicants as well as eligible costs. Likewise, there's a list of ineligible applicants and ineligible activities. I'd like to see added to the ineligible list that funding would not be available to anyone who has obtained a notice of violation related to the COVID-19 guidelines put forth by the state. Now, whether the council determines that's from today or whether it's retroactive to the emergency, I I think that could be up for discussion, as well as to the ineligible activities, any payment of fines or fees for violations associated with the guidelines set forth by the state for COVID-19, and any legal defense fees that would be that they would have to be they would have to pay and associated with any negligence due to violations of those guidelines.
Thank you. Anyone want to add to that or discuss it?
I would support that, that there be no violations on the business. That people are following the orders as they're outlined, so I would ask that that be in the amendment as well.
You know, I think those were very good additions, and I think we should make a retro back to the guidelines when the state, when this epidemic first started, pandemic first started, they were providing or going by the guidelines.
Thank you. I would have to concur with these additional items. I just have a question. Have we heard whether any of our businesses have been already gone through the SBA, have been accepted or denied any of that money?
Yes, we have been in contact with businesses that have received, as well as I've been in contact with businesses. Actually, I was notified one late this afternoon that sent me an email that he had been denied the PPP, and so we've seen on both sides of the aisle.
That was my question. So the one that was denied, this would be an option
Yeah.
with the okay, thank you. That answers
Correct, yeah,
my
he is
question.
a small business owner who owns a restaurant.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mayor, I have a question.
Please.
And I don't know, Jason, if you can answer this one. Are we going to be providing any sort of technical support to businesses that may need help with the application process if they didn't know how to navigate it, or I'm not sure. It's a quick question that I had.
Great question. And how we are working in that situation is we are partnering with agencies that are working directly with the SBA, such as the SBDC. And so we have a very good relationship with the SBDC. And so what we are doing is assisting in getting people appointments and call in and sharing information on that front. So that's how we're handling that, as well as I will assist somebody if they call me. I'm more than happy to spend some time with them and go over. But when it gets to the technical, I pass them to SBDC, as they are in charge of promoting the SBA programs.
Yeah, and I assume, and I'm pretty sure, but we have availability for the Spanish-speaking applicants.
Yes, everything that we have, we produce it in English and in Spanish, as well as my counterpart within my division, Mr. Uresti, is bilingual, and so we operate in English and Spanish.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else that we need to bring to the table on this item?
Monty, can I get clarification on your legal defense fees?
Sure. If let's say that due to a violation that due to maybe tracing or tracing back to the business in question, should they have violated any of the guidelines set forth, that if they have obtained funding for this and then created a violation, that if they are taken to court, that none of those fees, as they will probably have to disclose where they spend those fees, go to the defense of a violation because of a negative outcome.
I understand. Thank you.
Sure.
I did have one point of clarification. And this is what I was asked. So, I was trying to process what this process looks like. So, under the existing system right now, administratively, up to 50,000 in assistance can be done administratively through a staff vetting process. Anything more than 50,000 to one particular applicant comes to the city council for approval. So, that the council's still comfortable in that configuration, or is there different numbers that you wish to have a more active participation in as council? And what got me to thinking about that is the NOV, because I would say there was a lot of confusion initially, especially with the motion that it'd be retroactive, that we did have had good, sometimes the notice of violation is, don't do this again, and folks complied. Have we had others that have not been compliant and have had subsequent visits? Yes. So I guess not all NOVs are created the same. There are those that have received an NOV and haven't reopened and there hasn't been any issues, and then there's others that there have been, or we have found them to be not honest, that's a word I'll use, about.
Do something like repeated notices of violations.
Yeah, so we've had those that have just not been straightforward, is what I would say, in the business operations. So perhaps the council may wish to consider that if there is a notice of violation involved, that the council, that I agree that it be ineligible unless approved by council. I don't know. I just know that there's a list of folks that code enforcement that have been issued NOVs. Let's say it's 40, which not all of them, I would say, are bad actors. And so by not, I would say they've been compliant. Is that a fair? Right. So you may be talking about where you're trying to be more and trying to have an enforceability would be those that maybe, didn't take the NOV very seriously.
Okay.
And that can be future, but there is some that can be retroactive. I will tell you, there are some that could look backwards and have not been compliant. I think it's required a couple of visits by code enforcement. Is that fair? So I'm trying to figure out how to blend, because I think it's a good policy. I just know that there may be some challenging ones that may, and I'm not suggesting the council be placed in that position. I'm just trying to figure out, not all NOVs are created equal. Maybe one of those, maybe perhaps the ad hoc committee could play a role in this if they have, because that's already a body. How about that? Would the council be okay with this as an amendment? Sorry to be thinking on my feet. How about if there is a notice of violation, that the policy says that it's reviewed with the ad hoc committee, and at least then there's a council review, and we can bring a report back to council that they're ineligible, and it will be dependent upon what that code enforcement activity has been in consultation with the ad hoc committee, and we would bring that back to the council as a denial.
Yes.
That is fair.
As a logistics,
that
is
is
that?
fair.
I think that's okay, but if the person went back and was compliant, they were given the notice and then they shut it down, I think those individuals would be okay, that we don't have to see those. If they were compliant and they followed what the notice was, they went back in and said, okay, yeah, I won't do that. So
I think a couple, and I agree that detail needs to be ironed out, and whether it's whether it starts from, because compliance is really what we're looking at. So whether it starts from today, and if they're in violation before I spoke, and they clean it up, then we have compliance. Also, if there's a note, I guess also I would accept a notice of correction if they were able to obtain that, kind of like a fix-it ticket, because there is some confusion. However, I do want the onus to be on the business owner to understand the regulations and not stretch them to the point where they're too transparent to have any bearing or any control on it, because desires sometimes can lead to stretching those to what they want the outcome to be, and as long as we are firm in a way, I'm willing to accept whatever the decision is. So whether it starts from today or whether it is with correction, they are then eligible. I'd be accepting of that.
Thank you.
So I apologize for the sidebar. This is really awkward to try to, but, so we could have, so my question to Mr. Ridenhour was going to be about an appeal process. And which, right now, it's what's the appeal board?
Right now, the appeal board is CIDFARC, which is the staff level again. So you go back with the appeal of why they, they changed the decision.
So what we may want to do is
Then
just.
just go back, I'm sorry. It also then goes back to zoning administrator. The zoning administrator is the head of CIDFARC. So if somebody wanted to appeal an action to CIDFARC, it's a zoning administrator determination, and then it goes back through the process through the city clerk.
Can the zoning administrator determination be appealed?
Yes, to city council.
Okay, so actually the checks and balances is in there. So if, I would say going forward, if we, based on the guidelines of ineligibility, which we would work in coordination, I still think it's a good idea to work in coordination with the ad hoc committee, who's really invested a lot of time and effort in this process, to work collaboratively with them, because it fits hand in hand with it. And if it's one that is less than 50,000, so it makes it a staff decision, and there is still a process that ultimately can come all the way to the city council as an appeal. It would come from staff to the zoning administrator, Ms. Byers, the zoning administrator, which then can be appealed to the city council. So it's not the policy still has ultimately an end to the city council.
You could just simply have a referral at in the earlier stages to the ad hoc committee for any business applying with multiple notices of violation.
Say what you said again, Julia? I apologize.
You just have, you can just have allow for the ad hoc committee participation in the early stage. So like, if you have an applicant from someone who has multiple notices of violation, then you can get input from, you can just have a policy where you get input from the ad hoc committee on that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Enough to go on, Jason, to figure out what the amendments are?
Yes, we'll use the audio recording as our notes as well.
Is there any, and I'm asking this question actually from complete, are you getting a sense of magnitude of the business assistance being requested, Mr. Ridenhour? Because it's really going to speak to the number of loans that may be available.
I'm getting the sense that there is a tremendous need. I am hearing from my colleagues throughout the county, as well as throughout the business locally, business sectors. I have several people that reach out to me throughout the week asking about it, and as we got closer, I've received several calls, many calls from restaurants, also calls from daycare centers. We're seeing a real need, as many of them have been shut down due to COVID-19, and so we're seeing a need out there. There's also, we have a large population of our business owners that may not qualify for some of the other funding sources, and so I think that there will be a need for this. And so, did that answer your question, Mr. Lawless?
Well, it really gets to the question of, how far is the money going to go? Because I want the council to be thinking about, as progress is made and demand is of the program, we may be talking about how that is supplemented, because you may be, and so it's really, as you're establishing policy now, you may be using other funding sources to complement it, and including perhaps general fund dollars. I don't know. I know this is occurring in other jurisdictions where, before they may not be CDBG entitlement cities. They may be smaller cities, so they're not having the same conversation, so they're doing things more independently. You have the luxury as an entitlement city to have these funds, but it may not last very long. I think this is one of those things that's going to be very dynamic, and saying, okay, we've spent all the funds, do we want to look at providing additional funds, and does that change the way it's, because you're kind of playing with house money at this point. It's federal assistance that's been programmed, but at some point that may become exhausted, and then you may be looking at, and does it feel differently if it's then general fund money? So just something, which I think you could still modify those conditions then, because it's not going to be specific to HUD guidelines, it's going to be your guidelines. But I do want to, that's really the question I'm thinking about, is that I have heard the same, that the need is dire, that there is lots of gaps in the PPP program and other SBA programs, as your public comment heard you received. Even 900,000 may not be a big enough number. And so that's why I really wanted to kind of get that out on the table, that this is a bigger conversation than just, having this program, and that this is going to be the stopgap.
Well, I can appreciate, and as indicated by telephone conversations of businesses that have made inquiry to the loans of CDBG, have they given maybe just an estimate of a dollar figure of their interest?
It's across the board. I would say I am towards small businesses, giving them a realistic impression of how we see the plan, and I let them know that the program will be council's directive. But I say at staff level, we see that we would like to have the loan request be for the need. So it would be a calculation, just like how the PPP is a calculation, that they would use a calculation of the funds that they have received from the other federal programs with their need, with their need as well as what their revenue is. So what their ongoing costs for the program, and so that would dictate what that number is. I know I've spoken with a medical clinic in town that they had early on said that they would like to request upwards of 70,000.
I was just kind of curious to see what a dollar amount is.
Which, as Mr. Ridenhour said, if it's 70,000, that's coming to the council. That will not be handled administratively.
Exactly.
That will come as a action of the council. And going back in time, we had an auto dealer.
Yes.
Yeah, we had an auto dealer come for $300,000 during the recession because there was no flooring available. So, as a dealership, they would receive funds to have vehicles to be able to have on their floor, and all in that crisis, I haven't heard that come forward yet, but in that crisis there was no money out there to go out and have the vehicles put on the floor, so it became flooring money. And ultimately it turned, it was a bridge, it ended up being a bridge loan because eventually the credit markets opened back up again and money became available and the CDBG loan got paid off and progress was made. I'm just saying it would be really interesting to see what this experience is like. I'm hearing dire need because of lots of gaps, especially as it's related not to payroll, but to more sole proprietorship, independent contractor types of things, which is challenging. And so I think there may be a lot of $5,000 and $10,000.
Correct. And a small point of clarification for the council, just so everybody's aware, is this is for job retention for those who are low to moderate income. The business owner themselves, if they are low to moderate income and they are the sole employee, would qualify for that. But they would have to follow through with their household income levels being in those low to moderate income levels.
So the reason I mention that is that you've heard a lot about those that are in the cosmetology and some of those difficult spots where they're not employees, and so they are eligible. And so this may be some of those ways where there's some assistance that may be available to them. This is why I just say I think this is going to be a bigger conversation than $900,000 before it's over.
Thank you so much. Is there no further discussion to this? I'm going to ask legal counsel to please summarize.
All right. So basically, the motion that you're going to want to make is to approve the plan, but with some amendments, and the amendments would be that you're going to add in some ineligibility factors, which includes those that the funds would not be available to businesses, not intended for businesses with multiple notices of violation concerning operation as an essential business, or a non-essential business operating during this when in contrary to the governor's orders and related orders, and also or if a business has paid any fines to the state, and regarding the same issues, and businesses would not be able to utilize the funds if they do receive funds for payment of legal defense related to such violations. Does that summarize it, Councilmember Reyes?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I also add one thing? Jason and I were having sidebar texting. I'd like us to clean up the appeals process and make sure, just because I am on the committee, I want to make sure that the wording is stronger than going through the zoning administrator determination, and make sure that the appeals process is directly to council. And so we may, I'd also like to add that into Julia's summary, please.
Can I make a recommendation, Jenny, that what you do is just that all you need to do is make sure that once it gets to the zoning administrator, just confirm it as is already required for zoning administrator decisions for other matters. It would, if an appeal is at that process, or at that point, it would go to the city council, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, I just want to make sure it's worded in a way, because what he was showing me isn't worded as specifically that way.
Okay. And then I just had another thought. It slipped out of my.
We need to clarify the personal guarantee versus real property, if that is a continued requirement.
Thank you for that, because I was going to ask, can you, on personal guarantee, are you just talking about a signature loan? Or what is it that justifies that?
Correct. They are signing personally that they are liable for those funds, and I think the city attorney could probably better explain than I the process, be it which they are mandated to pay and what the recourses could be if they did not pay.
Right. The question here is just how much do you want to have these be secured? For a very long time, they were not under these kinds of programs. We did not have a requirement that the loans be secured. At a certain point in time, that changed. Granted, typically, so in my capacity, generally speaking, I usually want to tell you guys, hey, if you're going to loan money, you want to have security for it. You want to have, secure with some kind of collateral. But this program is a little bit different in that it's first of all, it's a grant. It's funds provided to us specifically for this purpose. Right. The overlying CDBG and authorities do not require that. So I need to make that clear. They do not require that we secure these. However, many years ago now, there was there was a particular city council that felt that they wanted to do that. Which I totally understand the reasons for doing that. It's really a policy decision. However, staff is finding that is sometimes a real true impediment for these businesses to be able to actually apply for the funding. Either they don't have property, or it's too much of a risk. And so we were seeing actually funds underutilized for a while. And I don't know if that still has continued. So I think staff was interested in potentially eliminating that, but it really is up to the city council whether they want to have that or if they want to have some hybrid of that, and that's really up to the council.
And I'm glad you phrased that, because I could see 3 levels there based upon what the level, what the magnitude of the loan is. So you could have council may want to consider having, for example, if it's more than 50,000, that it is securitized somehow, because you're now talking about a large business loan. And then you maybe have a not even a personal guarantee necessarily for, say, up to 5,000, or maybe everything between 5 and 50,000 may require a personal guarantee. I don't know.
Yeah. Mr. Lawless, good ideas. We also have another program that the council approved with last meeting with their action with the consolidated plan and adoption of the action plan for a microloan that's up to 10,000. So that's a separate program that we have funded next fiscal year. And so that would make, I think, the recommendations of if you went for the micro loan, it would be your low. If you're going for this loan, it would be the mid, 'cause that's up to 50 and over 50. I think that would be your 3 levels. But for this program, there would be 2 levels as that's a separate program. Yeah.
The microloan, does it require the personal guarantee?
Yes, so we had them all requiring personal guarantee. It's just a fact, if someone signs a notarized document that they're going to pay, people feel more inclined to pay it. As the city attorney noted, the deliverable on these programs is the job retention and the job creation, and that's what, from the grant perspective, of HUD's perspective, what we really have to make sure that we collect those data and that's enforced. The forgivableness is open and people paying back as they know that these are high-risk loans. These are often loans because people come to us, businesses come to us for these loans as they are unable to get these loans from traditional banks. So these are intended to be gap financing, not necessarily full financing for a bank, for somebody. So if somebody goes out and gets a partial loan, or they have it funded in some other way and they have a $35,000 gap to grow their business, that's where we can step in. Or on the microloan side, if they have a $10,000 gap, say they want to open a small business and they are funding it, but they need an extra $10,000 for equipment, this would come into play.
Jason, just for clarification on this personal guarantee, is that just so if an applicant comes, you're saying we require personal guarantee, are we requiring, I'm guessing it doesn't really, generally that wouldn't mean a whole lot unless you have like a corporation, but you're going to require that there be personal guarantees behind the corporation, so that for individuals' assets. But I don't think that's what you're talking about, right? Basically all we're saying is we basically have the applicant sign something saying we are guaranteeing this. So it really is just more of an affirmation of what the law would already allow for, unless it's something separate like the corporation individual type scenario.
No, Ms. Liu, you are correct in your assumption.
Okay. So yeah, really it's to say, hey, I'm going to pay this. It's not. It doesn't have a whole more effect than what the law would just provide for.
I appreciate that.
That's in the staff report. You know, if they don't have the collateral, then you can use the personal guarantee with the notarized statement. We're trying to help our small businesses, and I want to do whatever we can to assist them. And I have faith that they're going to pay back, or they're going to generate new employees.
Thank you for that. So now that gives you direction on that. Does that give you direction on the guarantee? Does that give you the direction?
I'm not sure I have clear direction. I think I've heard a few different things. Mr. Lawless, as a consensus, do you have any direction?
I don't feel like it's been settled as to where we're at with the personal guarantee versus not.
Does the council want to require real property as a security?
I would guess that as a basic policy, it would be, if it's possible, it should be done because that would kind of guarantee it. However, as suggested before, if that's not an opportunity that the person has, that it can go to another group, maybe, I don't know if it was it suggested it would be the ad hoc group based on the relative essentialism of the request, because at the heart of this, it's meant to maintain some things ongoing rather than create a bonus that for something that would have been. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Is that correct?
So we're not comfortable with what's written in that second to the last paragraph?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
Well, it's really the question, do you want to not enforce the real property requirement? And require, there's three things. You could require the Vice Mayor's comments was, we should try to get real property if it's available, and if that isn't, then perhaps it's a personal guarantee or determination made by the ad hoc committee. There's a third level, which I think I heard Councilmember Garola say, which is not requiring a personal guarantee at all, unless I misunderstood the question.
No, I'm just going off the second paragraph. In such cases, a personal guarantee is considered with the notarized statement that the applicant does not own property with available equity in the state of California, so on and so on.
So you're comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying you were not.
I'm comfortable with that statement, that whole paragraph.
Okay.
As staff, I will say it has been difficult to implement as far as requiring a business that we know is struggling a little bit, and so they put up basically the deed to their home, and that is a decision that council will have to make to actually go after someone's home when their business has failed. And it would be from general fund dollars that we would have to go after those funds, or to force someone to sell their home, which is the property.
And that's what I was hesitant about. Unless it's big money that they're asking for, I would say, okay, you put your home up against it. But if it's small money, that's going to deter people from coming in. I'm not going to put my home up for $10,000 loan. What if my business doesn't go through and I don't have $10,000 in it? But
additionally, it's not a requirement of HUD, like Mr. Ridenhour stated before. HUD doesn't have this requirement. It was an additional step that council a few years ago implemented.
And I think.
So do you want collateral of real property if it's 50,000 mil? Councilmember Stone.
Sorry. I would say, yeah, it would have to be 50,000 or above. I mean, but anything less than that, I wouldn't want them to put up their home.
So make that as the amendment that anything over 50,000 must be collateral with real property.
That's a better clarification, because you have the dollar amount.
Does that, I know that this is tied to, for every $35,000 that there is a position that's retained. Would it be beneficial to align the amounts with more than one position attained? Because the 50 is going to put it in the mid.
It's going to be two.
So
it will be
it's
over.
It's any increment thereof.
Okay.
You cannot hire half a person. So it would be two. So if somebody borrowed 35,000, they'd have to retain one position. If they borrowed 37,000, it bumps them to two positions. That's how the program operates.
Okay, fine.
And then for clarification, just to ensure, staff proposed to not collateralize CDBG CV program. Would council like that to be collateralized over 50,000, just as a traditional BEP program is? I just want to make sure that we have cleared moving forward.
Mr. Ridenhour, do you think we're going to get into businesses that want, I know I heard a 75, but that want $100,000?
I think there may be a few businesses out there that are larger businesses that may be in the medical field that are trying to operate. I've spoken with a few of them, and I've also spoken with a physician that my child uses, and I was just asking and picking their brain about how it's been, and they are concerned about the months to come, as they have people did not come for visits since COVID-19 has began, since the stay-at-home order has been placed, and so many of them have shut down, and so I think that we may see some larger medical offices need to utilize funds that would be over 50,000.
And that was exactly what I was just, that's where you're going to see the big asks, is in the medical, because of the lack of patient load that they've had, and so therefore, I mean, that I've heard that. Which is ironic if you look at what some of those CV funds are for, deal with and even the cost of PPEs. I mean, a mask that might have been $1, a K95 mask is going for $5 a mask.
I mean, and that's if you can get them. So the numbers add up very quickly, and especially, so you're seeing medical folks mixing and matching, so they may do stuff with the PPP program, but that, again, that's payroll, that's not capital, and then they're having the capital side, which is what your budget may be for PPEs is quadrupled or quintupled, and so, yeah, I don't think it would be surprising to see, but then, again, you're working with medical offices that I would assume probably have some resources that, if you're gonna make that level of ask, and I think that's a good kind of happy medium that was suggested, which if it's more than 50,000, maybe that's where that, some security to that ask is, and then, as you work your way, and then less than that, it isn't necessarily required.
I just think it is a situation where we have most of this money going to the larger, and we don't have a sufficient set of money for these very small businesses that need the help. I mean, they're the backbone of our community. They need that help.
That's why I said 900,000. I don't think is going to be enough.
And see, that's a concern of mine, that the smaller businesses that really need it won't get it. But another question is, like the medical group that are coming in, the corporations or whatever, what kind of collateral are they going to put up to secure the loan? They're not going to put up, because the CEOs are going to put up this home and they're a corporation. So how can they guarantee a loan?
Well, that'll be their challenge.
And to that note, Mr. Lawless, as you indicated, any loan over 50,000 would come before the city council, and so at that time, the city council could make a determination if the collateral that they present is adequate for your approval. Another option would be if council wants to have direction to not have loans over 50,000. Staff can do that as well, but it's at the council's direction. But I will tell you that we have been in communication with medical, community type organizations and businesses that have expressed a need, and their need they expressed was, like I said, was over 50,000.
And you've had communication with the smaller businesses?
Yes, I have, and I think as our public comment earlier, that I've had that on a recurring theme, as well as I've had several conversations with the SBDC about the need, and they've assured me that we would be assigned one of their staff to assist us in processing these, as we use the SBDC as a third-party processor to review business plans and the applications, so we have a second set of eyes.
Well, thank you for that. Okay.
One more. Can we say that 50% of the funds will be for small businesses, and the other 50% for those that are asking for more than 50,000? I'm just worried about our small business.
A small business may need 50,000.
And also the definition of small business, we would just need to define what definition we would be using.
I don't want to make it harder for you guys.
Well, the federal definition of small business is like 150 employees, right?
Correct. And so if you wanted to make a separate definition that anybody under 20 employees or something of that nature, or go off of their last year's business, anybody doing grossing under $1 million, or there's several different options, but I think that would need to be established for us to have a clear-cut line of what's a small business in the program.
But I think Councilwoman, your question is, and I think that's just going to be part of this dynamic system I talk about, where I think we're going to need to be writing reports and saying, okay, so we've had 10 loans out of the 900,000 available, we've done 400,000 in 12 loans. And here's who they were, and this one needs to come to you, and then this is going to be the question, which is funds available, and my speculation is that it's not, we're going to be in a conversation in a month or two, perhaps, where it's like, okay, the funds have all been lent out, and you can look at the portfolio and then say, okay, so what do we do next?
Just a quick note, So I think that the difference in the programs needs to be stated a little bit too, is the CV funds, the CV program, proposing to be forgiven after 2 years of full compliance. If we expend all of those funds, and council's direction is to do an amendment and to move more funds of business assistance, or to utilize the other, we could amend the other BAP program to be similar, but right now the traditional loan program has 5 and 10-year notes that are not forgivable. So staff is open to council's direction on how to move forward, and we could also make that decision in the future if these funds are depleted.
Yeah. So the significance of what Mr. Ridenour said there is that you have this $500,000 that's come to where it has a forgivable with provision to it. Your $400,000 you have in the non-COVID funds, so you have carryover plus new program income coming. You have about $400,000 there. That doesn't have that same provision, which would, and I guess this is one of those things. I think this would be important for us to give a status report that if we used up the COVID funds, that we have do we then want to have those rules roll into your program income? And then once that's gone, then you're probably in a third conversation of your general fund. I can't think of another fund you would be doing it from, but you would be doing direct loans from the general fund.
I think that my comment before about, and you know, I when Councilmember Garola made that comment, I was thinking the same thing, that there should be some benchmark that happens where we trigger, you know, much like a sell point in the stock market. It reaches a certain point, you get a notification, then you got to make some action. So even if it was once 50%, because some people are going to have much quicker reflexes, some people are going to have attorneys or financial people that are listening right now and are going to have an application right away. So maybe once the first 50% is exhausted, it does go to the relative essentialism of the business. That way, businesses who are preparing for the day when the finish line is here and to open and staffing up or ramping up in some way, maybe that's not as important as the guy who's actually needed right now, who could use these funds because the goal is to get them to them as quickly as possible. That, you know, maybe that's how we look at it. So as we get closer to having to come out of general fund, we do have a mechanism in place that prioritizes how we do this going forward. But I'm not insisting on that. I'm just suggesting that there should be a benchmark, that there is a checkpoint where we take a closer look at evaluating who and how these funds have been requested, because the federal government had much the same instance when they gave out money, and then it was later discovered that the money was now earmarked but could not be released because of the mechanism that was in place. So I'd hate to have that happen too.
To answer your question, Vice Mayor, we make a point that we do not over allocate our funds. And so we look through and we allocate them as they go through the process. But also, there's a very real sense, as the city manager, Mr. Lawless, has said, is we may, as soon as we get these approved, send it to HUD, get HUD approval, get this established, the first week that it's announced that it's established, we may get 20 applications. We may fully subscribe and have a waiting list of those applications. And so hitting that 50% mark, we may hit that in a couple days. That just may be a reality of it. Is I'm feeling a real need in our community. I think some of the issues that we're trying to prevent in that is in requiring that they apply for and be denied, or apply for and not get enough funds to cover their gap through the other federal programs. In doing that establishes that, hey, we are the last stop, right? We're not the first stop because we're the easiest, that you need to go and perform these other duties. And then also, in the application, we're looking to work with the SBDC to have an abbreviated kind of fill in the blank business plan of how are you going to use these funds to get you through. And I can tell you that some of the conversation with some of these small businesses at restaurants, that it's not only just of paying their staff or paying their rent, but also, some of them are like, it's going to cost me $25,000 to restock just to open. Right. So, and I've depleted all my money, all my savings in paying my staff currently,
Then-
so I need that money to open.
Then I'm satisfied with what the mechanism for that would be, knowing that that could be a couple days, and that would mean we would have to call some meetings and emergency meetings, and only to have even more money out of general. I mean, so I can see where this is going. We're just gonna have to see where this goes. I think, given all the modifications we've already made, that it's not something that can be tailored to fit everything right now, is what I'm getting, but we've done a pretty good job of trying to nail it down.
Thank
I
you.
agree.
Okay, so now, let me just reiterate. What you need tonight is to adopt the draft CDBG program guidelines with all the amendments that have been given and previously stated. And let's clarify right now with regard to, it's already been clarified now with the personal guarantee up to 50,000, it will be collateral. Is that correct?
My understanding, Mayor,
From
is
50,000 up?
over 50,000,
Over
which
50,000,
comes
that
before
was my
council, will be
clar-
collateralized.
Okay, council, if there's no further discussion, is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Reyes
Second.
and a second by Councilmember Garola. If there be no further discussion, please, let's call for vote.
Councilmember Garola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe, Councilmember Stowe,
Can you hear me? Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, it passes unanimous 5-0. I'm just gonna blurt it out. Does anybody need a 5 or 10-minute break?
I want to thank the staff for all the work that they've done on this. And I'm sure the business are going to be very appreciative.
Oh, of course. We'll continue then. Nobody responded. Nobody needs a break. Let's continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our next scheduled matter this evening is to consider CARES Act funding in support of public transportation, and Mr. Knight's going to provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. I've asked Mr. Tree to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Mr. Wallace, Mayor, members of the council, on March 27, 2020, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, Economic Security Act, or commonly known as the CARES Act, was signed into law to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. To support the public transportation industry, the Federal Transit Administration allocated $25 billion to recipients of urbanized area and rural area formula funds, with $22.7 billion to large and small urban areas and $2.2 billion for rural areas. Funding will be provided at a 100% federal share with no local match required, and will be available to support capital, operating, and other expenses generally eligible under those programs to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. Operating expenses incurred beginning on January 20th of this year for all rural and urban recipients, even those in large areas, are also eligible, including operating expenses to maintain transit services, as well as paying for administrative leave for transit personnel if transit operations were reduced. There is no limit on the amount of funds that may be used for operating expenses, and there is no limit on the amount of funds that may be used for paratransit service. Expenses such as third-party contracts for operations or maintenance service incurred on or after January 20th this year are eligible for federal reimbursement. Recipients may also modify contracts to pay for eligible operating and maintenance expenses to retain readiness or eligible fixed operation expenses such as rent. CARES Act funding is available until expended, which means there's no lapse date, but recipients are encouraged to use funds quickly. The City of Porterville is a direct recipient of urbanized area funding, commonly known as Section 5307 The city's apportionment for fiscal year 2020 CARES Act is 7.5 million. The city is also a sub-recipient of rural funding, which is administered by Caltrans. They're the direct recipient, and they've apportioned the city rural CARES Act funding in the amount of $282,000. The city's total apportionment of CARES Act funding for fiscal year 2020 is at 7.7 million. In an effort to secure the economic and financial sustainability of the city, its staff's recommendation to program the 7.7 million in FTA CARES Act funding for operating expenses for the city's public transportation system for the next 3 fiscal years. As previously mentioned, the CARES Act funding will provide a 100% federal share with no local match, relieving an estimated $2 million annually in local transportation funds. In accordance with 49 United States Code 5307, operating assistance projects are subject only to make available to the public information on amounts available to the recipient under this section. We did prepare and provide as an attachment a list of capital projects that we've come up with and proposing for consideration, actually for discussion when the city presents their capital improvement program later this year. Therefore, it's staff recommendation that the City Council, number 1, provide direction on the program of projects for the FTA's CARES Act funding to support the city's public transportation system. 2, authorize staff to prepare and submit a grant to the Federal Transit Administration pursuant to council's direction. And 3, authorize the city manager and city attorney to execute said FTA grant award. That's the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions?
Yes. How did you get 7.7 million? Oh, moly.
Yeah. Councilman.
Was it a tree name?
No, I wish that was the case, but it turns out that most urbanized transit agencies receive a similar formula of almost 200% of what they normally receive annually for supporting public transportation. So it's an amazing infusion of money to support public transportation, keep those buses rolling, because they are providing a vital role in getting folks to work during this challenging time.
Okay. Very nice. Good job.
I do have a question.
Please.
So what happens if we go to a JPA? And what happens to this set of money? Does it go into the JPA, or do we keep it as a city?
Well, I think that's the council member in response to your question. I think that's, as you look at the capital project list, what we're in a conversation that you're foreshadowing a year, or a year or so away, is one that staff is readily accepting of, which is if these funds aren't programmed or obligated, I think is the right word I want to use here. If they're not obligated, then yes, I would say these funds kind of go into the bigger pot of the JPA. As we're looking at this, and this is why we're coming before you and beginning to obligate these funds so that they serve a local transportation purpose instead of a joint powers agreement purpose. So the first and foremost act is that, as the council's aware, under transit rules, so as you receive local transportation funds, which from that you do road construction, you took an action tonight to award a bid upwards of $10 million. A sizable portion of that was LTF. you have to essentially offset transit. It gets paid first, and then you move forward with your roads. What's unique about this is by using these funds dedicated to transit, that essentially meets that obligation of your local transportation funds and makes them available for road construction. So essentially, instead of using your LTF to pay off transit, you use the transit funds to pay off transit, and that essentially provides additional $2 million per year for the next 3 years. And we would like to obligate that, essentially locking in that funding to meet, it's a great question, but essentially meeting that LTF commitment that would be coming from the city, even in a JPA, because you're still going to have a share. So this funding will provide that share for the next 3 years and provide you additional road construction funds. And then in addition to that, when you look at the capital list, looking at how those funds would be programmed or obligated more locally. So I think it's a fair question to say that the strategy, if I'm so dare, is to try to find projects in the Porterville community where this would have an ongoing benefit to the community as it's been originated to the city.
And I can see that it will benefit the city quite a bit. So, yeah. Okay, thank you.
You program these funds now, this is where they're programmed. All right, that's really the answer, correct?
Nobody can come and get them.
Right, so once you are...
They won't be to the items here, yeah.
Right, so we'll be starting, it's the FTIP process, is it not, Rich?
That's correct. Actually, under the guidelines of the CARES Act, they are trying to expedite the use of these funds. So if it's council's direction to use the CARES Act for operating, this project or operating funds don't need to be programmed in the FTIP like they normally do.
Gotcha.
Really can expedite it.
I think really in reality, strengthening our transit system would ultimately strengthen any JPA that were to come later. So I don't feel bad about that at all.
No, so I would move that we accept the staff's recommendations for the project, for the funding.
We have a motion, and I'm going to go ahead and second that. And there's no further discussion. Let's call for vote, please.
Councilmember Garola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe? Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous.
If I may, Mayor, commend Rich and the city manager for their forethought in utilizing those funds so that it benefits our city.
Oh, absolutely.
The credit goes to Mr. Knight and Mr. Tree. They're the ones that come up with those programs, and I appreciate their efforts. They're a great team.
Thank you.
You guys are the men.
The haircut.
No,
In the big guns.
That's the real Mr. Knight on there.
and you put Donnie in there with it, so it's like,
Okay. We will move on now to the last item.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your final scheduled matters this evening is just a status and review of declaration of local emergency, and I don't want to say just that. Obviously, it's probably the most significant item occurring right now. You heard earlier members of the council talk about the ad hoc committee and talk about their work on an everyday changing circumstance, some local notable things that are occurring. Today, a state-designated testing site was established and was supposed to begin testing this afternoon. I will tell you the first people that are being, and a couple different reasons that testing facility is being set up, is given some critical parts of the national supply chain, for lack of, it's national, and perhaps even international. But with Walmart distribution here, as well as Foster Farms, those are critical pieces of the logistics of our economy, national economy. And so having the ability to get ahead of large spread and to have preference where upwards of 130 tests a day can be accomplished. I will tell you they're starting with all of the employees of the skilled nursing facilities locally so that they can be ahead of any other outbreaks. That's been the biggest. I think the figure I heard today was 358 of the 858 cases, so not quite half of them, but say 35–40% of the cases in Tulare County are associated with skilled nursing facilities. And so starting today and probably through this week, they'll be testing every employee of skilled nursing facilities, and as well as your supporting medical. That's a priority right now in trying to control spread, which has been a huge issue. But is also there, as you've seen in Reese Foods and Dinuba and Tulare, where wanting to be able to do large capacity testing so that they can get ahead of that in critical logistical centers, City of Porterville included as well in critical infrastructure. And then also unique to this is then providing asymptomatic testing, which is a priority. It's within the script to provide. I'll suggest that's probably a week or two away because they've got to work through the sniff testing and then any particular industry specific testing that they end up doing before they get into more medical asymptomatic testing and those sorts of things. So that's something that happened just today. Obviously, the governor's announcement yesterday that, and this was kind of a follow-up to his conversation last week when he introduced the 4 stages of reopening of the economy, which he said where we are at right now is stage 1, and we would be transitioning to stage 2 at some undetermined period of time. There had been some speculation that that would be happening mid-May. He announced yesterday that that will be happening beginning on Friday. And so, stage 2, and it was contained in your city council agenda, has specific businesses, most notably has in there retail. But even within that stage 2 is levels of stage 2, and where it may just be initially curbside delivery and pickup, and then there is a process if a county can meet state metrics to actually proceed more quickly, where that can include even in-store shopping. I think those are going to be difficult metrics for Tulare County to meet right now because it can meet some of them, available hospital space, but they're and perhaps maybe some of the others, but there are others that are going to be more challenging. For example, I know that it's going to be difficult to have sufficient employees to do the necessary track and trace of confirmed cases. They need to be able to investigate where a confirmed case came from, and that, quite frankly, there's just not enough resources. There's not enough people to be able to do that right now based on the case history. So I've been told they need 3 times the number of employees they have right now. So they essentially need to triple the county needs to triple the number of employees they have doing that. And so there's efforts in the next couple of weeks to educate, to train, and to hire folks to be able to accomplish that. So. So you do have a transition that is occurring. I would say notably florists were included in that, with obviously Mother's Day this coming weekend. So there were some elements of that. Again, primarily focused around some of the retail areas. Amended today was the county's order as it related to golf courses. So today, the public health officer, Dr. Hout, modified the county's order as it relates to golf courses, and this had been coming last week through the governor's protocols or his or the state's guidelines, where there are now a number of different activities, and I know Mr. Moore is kind of anxious to hear where the council is on some of this. Fresno, as an example, today announced that all of its golf courses will be opening. If you look at the state's guidelines for golf courses, they talk about it being single player, walking only, no carts. I will tell you this is being practically applied. That's not the case. Even Fresno said that, they could be a group of 4 as long as, no more than 4, and if they honoring social distancing and no riding to a cart, because you're going to deal with some folks that can't walk a course. So there's going to have to be carts involved. Even under ADA, you're going to have some of those availabilities. So there are I think it's called 16 guidelines for safe golf play. Mr. Moore has spent time looking at that. And so, but there's some optics to that. Some of the activities that are following with that beyond just golf courses are also skateboarding is considered, and they're really more individual sports. They're table tennis, kicking a soccer ball back and forth, those sort of things. Certainly not team sports, but it does present an interesting circumstance for the council as you're looking at golf courses being allowed to operate with some very specific guidelines, which as the city course, really it's the public health officer who's talking about this, but in the end, it's a city course, and you can dictate the terms to ensure that those practices are followed. But it does present some interesting circumstances where, for example, tennis may be an acceptable activity, but basketball may not be, and even your playgrounds in your parks right now are closed. And so certain activities, and so there's optics to that, and I don't want to be naive to that. So, but there is changing, and I know that's one of the things. OHV, their questions were about OHV. OHV has been considered to be an acceptable recreational activity. It's an individual, and as long as you stay 6 feet away from other riders, and so OHV is another example of an activity that has been considered to be acceptable under these provisions. So, but does present some challenges with regards to the certain type of recreational activities, because they're not all created the same, and certainly there's some optics that I'm concerned about with that as well, as is Mr. Moore. I appreciate, as I said earlier, the time and effort and involvement of the ad hoc committee in working with staff and the essential enforcement of the state's guidelines and the county's guidelines, and I think that's been effective. And I don't have any recommendations for any modifications to that, unless council has other interests in that. So other than that, those are really the big parts that I wanted to talk about. PDC, as I shared earlier, this has been one that multiple folks have asked lots of questions with. So the preliminary construction contract has been completed at PDC. Essentially, the shell's been developed, utilities are all good, they're ready for medical improvements, and that contract hasn't been issued by the state because there's sufficient beds available. I would say the reason the beds are available is because there hasn't been huge transports out of the SNFs. And I will tell you, the medical facilities were preparing for that. The state determined that it was more effective to maintain the patient. There has been some transfer. There wasn't a full, in fact, Redwood Springs in Visalia came very close to that, where they almost emptied the facility. And there would have been certainly patients that would have come to Sierra View, and Sierra View was making preparations for that. It never came to that. The state put one of their teams in there and made the decision to not vacate the facility. So a little bit of the patient load has been being contained purposefully by the state within the SNF. They have their teams that are now in place. They are here in Porterville right now with the recent outbreak of Sierra Valley Rehab. I believe today we're at 20 plus cases, and I would say my speculation is it will rise 5 or so every day probably for the next several days. If I were to speculate a number, it will probably get towards 50. That's what I would say is reasonable to suspect at Sierra Valley Rehab. But they have very good, I'm told, very good things that were put in place. that it will not be, it should not be, given the controls that they had in place, as such an outbreak as has been seen in some other areas. So with that, in terms of any particular council action, I would say I'm probably most concerned about kind of where we're at with your own facilities, with the golf course, your tennis courts, skate park, some of these activities which, with some guidance, it's really to whatever the council's, you received a couple of comments of folks that have an interest to get back to playing golf. I know that, that's been an inquiry as well, and I don't know, Mr. Moore, if you want to add anything further in that regard or not.
Just that we've started to prepare all the safety guidelines for a lot of those facilities. I've been on statewide recreation calls the last few weeks as everyone's trying to gear up for when the green light is given for some of these facilities. So I think we have a pretty good handle on all the safety precautions that everyone's going to be putting in place pretty much statewide. There's some good uniform safety precautions out there. So.
I'm guessing that the 16 guidelines that were given for golf don't enhance the enjoyment of the sport any more than what people remember doing prior to this. I would imagine that they probably compromised the enjoyability of the game a little bit.
The one key aspect that's going to make it a little bit easier is the raising of the golf cups themselves, and so the flags will be left in place and the golf cups will be raised about 3 inches above the ground level, so the balls don't go inside of a cup, so you're not reaching in to touch the cup. The ball actually just will ping off of the cup itself on the outside, and it'll stay above ground. And so if you hit a putt really, really hard that normally would go way past the hole, it's going to hit that cup, and so you get to count your putt there. So it'll be a little bit easier as far as the scoring goes. But that's just an example. Taking all the rakes out of sand traps, and so people will be asked to smooth over any places in the sand traps with their feet, things like that. So it's pretty much completely touchless.
What you just said is that everybody's handicap is going to do much better now.
Correct.
So do you need the council's direction on the golf course?
Well, I'm appealing to you. It is your facility. It is a city facility. You have a contract operator who has been very cooperative. And will address. But I am concerned about the optics of it, where you would be allowing that activity, and there are other activities that. And especially, from a sensitivity standpoint, is your playgrounds, and I think, you understand the reason of the differences. You're looking at individual sports where there isn't human contact, and where you need to have it's personal equipment. As an example, in the golf course, they tell you there's no sharing of equipment. You've got to have your own bag. You're not letting folks borrow your drivers and those sorts of things, which will be very difficult to enforce. But it has those kinds of things. It's hard to have playground equipment that isn't used by the same folks, or swings or those sorts of things, unless they're being consistently cleaned by city staff that aren't available.
Something that comes to mind is, I don't know this, I haven't been out lately, but is there a regulation against smoking on the golf course? Or chewing tobacco on the golf course? Because those two things seem like that would be next to touching something with someone. Should you be exhaling smoke that somebody else could smell? I mean, I'm just curious if that's something that we wanted to address, but I know that that's in the past when I've played golf, that's one of the couple of things that people enjoyed, when they're playing out there. And I just was curious if that's something we wanted to look at, but, that's just an extra.
Will they be required to wear masks?
So far, the guidelines have not required that, as far as the other ones that I've seen.
I mean, we're telling people wear a mask when you go out, and then we're going to let golfers go out without any mask. And the numbers they gave us, that we received yesterday from the Board of Supervisors from Tim Lutz, was we have 858 cases with a 48% increase over last week. I would think that the people would need to wear a mask. Because they're going to talk together. I don't think, I saw a group golfing and they certainly were doing social distancing.
And they won't. I mean, I would think, I don't mind opening it up because we've been going by the state guidelines, and the state has opened up golf courses, the county's opened up other golf courses, and I don't know why we would hinder our golf pro, but I would think they should wear masks inside and outside, so whenever they're golfing. And I'm not in real favor of them opening up anything until this is calm down, but if we've been going by state guidelines, I think we should stay consistent.
Is there a marshal that operates or that works on the course that does observes rules that are already in place for the sport at this point?
They're typically just on the weekends. Sometimes there hasn't been one like budgeted full time, but now things are ramping up, and we're going to really need to be watching these all these new guidelines, and so that's something that we'll definitely start doing out there.
Okay.
So is it difficult to play golf with a mask on? I don't play golf. I don't.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, okay. And that's something we can say we want to add?
Yeah, you can make that a requirement of the course play.
I mean, we should be setting the example on our city grounds for others to follow.
I agree. I think they should be wearing masks.
So I would say that they would have to wear a mask if we're going to open it up. And we're going to get fall back on this because, that's your city property. Of course you're going to open it up.
Well, it's consistent throughout the state. They've been opening golf courses, and we've been following state guidelines throughout the city, so.
Yeah.
And the rest of the county courses are open now.
Are we the only ones not open?
I believe so.
Yeah, Larry's open.
Myself.
Larry's open, River Island's open, Visay is open, Dinuba's open. Yes, we're the only one that's not open.
I think Exeter isn't open yet, but they were wanting to.
Yeah, I think Exeter isn't quite open yet.
They just announced today, I think they're in the works of opening up Exeter. They just announced it.
How soon would you open, Donnie? Mr. Moore?
How soon could we? Oh, we could have the course ready tomorrow, really, but it's going to take a while to get the word out, but we could open tomorrow.
Okay, so we've had the discussion on the golf course, and is it council's decision to go ahead and open up the golf course with the mask?
Well, that was the recommended direction as I took it.
That's my motion.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then my comment about the smoking is kind of a moot point. It's difficult to smoke or chew
Okay.
tobacco with a mask on.
That's what I wanted to clarify, and that we continue to determine the need exists to continue the declaration, that we continue with the declaration and the executive orders, and as things happen and they arise with the state.
Well, if I may, there's two other activities. You have OHV Park,
Yeah,
which
okay.
which quad, right? Has that been is it limited to quads, Donnie, or is it motorcycles as well?
No, it's
thought that-
motorcycles too.
Yeah.
The wording was quad biking, but that's OHV, all OHV.
Right. So you have OHV activities as well, which as was it was closed down under that's also underneath this provision, and skateboarding is also not in groups. So again, this is another one of those, even at Veterans Park, where you'd have the playground closed down, but the skate park perhaps open. I just think that there's some optics of that I wanted the council to be aware of.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be hard with young people that congregate together.
Yeah.
I see it all over town when I drop out to go for a run.
Yeah, the county's actually not recommending the skate parks be open yet, but
Okay.
the governor's, it did say skateboarding in general, but not the actual skate parks.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go ahead.
So OHV Park?
So the OHV park, but do they wear masks? Do they wear helmets, don't they?
They have full-on helmets all the way down to boots,
Yeah.
They're covered.
Not wearing that.
Covered head to toe.
As long as when they're taking their breaks up on the berm, if they use social distancing, that would be.
Yes.
Yeah, that goes without saying in all of this. Even when you're in the golf, you know, they're not supposed to be allowing folks in that if you can't meet the 6 foot, just, you know, you have to be able to support all that. And you can't, and again, it follows the restaurant guidelines as well. So there's no everything has to be to go. Everything is, I mean, those apply to the clubhouses as well.
As well as the driving range. Right. And that's okay.
And we're fortunate that most of the people walk here because of the 9-hole. But if we should get a cart, let's make sure there's only 1 tip per cart, Donnie.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, in fact, that's one of the, no more than 1 person per cart, unless there's a medical reason. That's some of the guidance that I saw, Donnie, is that unless somebody's got a medical, that they can't operate the cart or something to that effect.
Okay. Councilmember Peñalosa, I haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I'm here. I agree with a lot of the recommendations. If I believe that the city council should move in parallel with the state's mandates, and so they are, saying that we could open golf courses. I think we can be proactive, and I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Gorilla and Councilman Stowe that we should require masks. At the end of the day, I would hate to see someone get infected by being out on the golf course, so we can take our precautions. Let's do so. And I'm not saying that golfing is for the older folks in the community, but I tend to see that it is predominantly the elderly folks in our community that go golfing. So want to protect them as much as we can, and I look forward to seeing what changes are going to come from the state in the days to come. So we can adapt to those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I know Mr. Moore also he reminded me about tennis, because we've closed those courts as well. If you were comfortable in allowing folks to play, there's been inquiries about that.
Well, if the state's opening, I'm saying that we open it up, if that's the way it is.
Okay, so following the state guidelines?
Following the state guidelines.
Okay.
I do have a question, or not a question, I guess, but the Board of Supervisors will be acting on the phase 2 on Thursday?
Well,
Friday.
Friday. 'Cause it will-
Friday, they hold an emergency meeting.
Yeah, okay.
And so that might provide additional, based on whatever plan that they do would provide additional, consistent with their order, would be whatever, which is really going to be in the retail area. That's in that phase where you have the ability to provide additional retail opportunities. And that could be in-store shopping, as an example, if those metrics are met, if under the county's plan, because it's going to be under their order.
One of the metrics is that we have a flat line, but yet we continue to go up even by 48% from last week. So anyway, I followed through with my motion on the golf, tennis, and
OHV.
OHV. Thank you.
We have a motion by Councilmember Garola, and direction has been made.
Well, we probably, might be good to have an action on that.
Yeah.
So there's a motion.
We have a motion.
Can
on
I
that.
recommend, the wording of the motion I just recommend would be that the council move to continue the emergency declaration with the noted directives, because I think they were pretty clear.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you
good.
very much.
Yeah, just subject to discussion, I did include in there, and it really goes back to the governor's stages. If stage 4 is basically life as normal, right? Concerts, large gatherings, community events. And it would appear fairly evident that that's going to be a fall, as this, from going, stage 2 going into stage 3, which is your more high risk of transfer activities, and then 4th, basically, to large concerts. And that gets into things like Freedom Fest and quite frankly, cheer parades. And that's actually, I wanted to kind of put that out there now, that, this is the kind, if you're looking out there, and where is the guideline, where is the state in this transition of stages, and following that, Pioneer Days is out there in October. Sadly, we have military banner ceremony this month. We're not going to be in stage 4 for that. So that's, and then you're hearing folks about graduations, recognizing there's not graduations. And so there's lots of those kinds of events. Freedom Fest, I don't think we're going to be in stage 4, where you can put 8 to 10,000 people together at the sports complex at the end of June. I don't think the state's, I don't think there'll be a metrics even for that in Tulare County. So, just, I hate to leave it on that note, but I do want to, as I said, a lot of this we're finding isn't just getting stuck in the here and now, but what is it that's out here right now? And when you're looking at how these phases and stages work, there's a lot of the things that I think, make our community unique. Military banner ceremony and Freedom Fest and Veterans Day parade that, it makes my stomach go nuts.
The military banners, we could move closer to veterans, like 1st of November or something.
Right, and so we've had that conversation about maybe it's a closing, instead of it being up, it's them coming down and doing something special in that regard.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Garola.
I'll second.
And we have a second by Vice Mayor Reyes. And direction has been given and a motion has been made. If there's no further discussion.
I just have one question, not anything, but speaking of graduation, John, the lady that asked requested for the parade, would they need a parade permit?
So the superintendent and I have been talking about, because that's something that is being discussed and is going on, I'll tell you, so there's a conversation going amongst the superintendents in Tulare County of trying to do something that equally recognizes their seniors, because you don't want to get into a competition of, well, my city did this or we did this. So one of the things that all the superintendents of the high schools are talking about is, and they're talking about a parade of graduates. Now, what that looks like, they're not exactly sure yet, but it could be something that comes and says, during this time frame, and you would have to go through an online application process, let's say, or the schools would define, here's who the folks would be, and some kind of identification. It would be like a parade float. So the car number 1 is graduate, John Lawless. And then it could be thousands. But there's some logistics to that, like what are the stages? Maybe they stage at individual schools, and then so there'd be a pretty big logistics plan to do something like that. There's been some conversation about a big square, so like Olive Avenue to Main Street to Henderson, I'm sorry, and I'm going to say Newcomb, kind of this big square, trying to come, but that leaves out Granite Hills. So they're trying to work through the logistics of that, which would need to come to you to say, yeah, we're going to, and then of course there'd be a public safety plan that would have to be developed where there would be pre-positioned resources, because you can't cut off. That's usually one of the things we talk about in street closures is, the fire trucks able to get to where they need to go? if you have these streets closed off, if that's in fact what's going to be the case, so.
You know, in the scheme of things, I mean, it all sounds like a good idea until it boils down to people driving and other people watching them. It's not the it's not the honoring that's the trouble. It's the people gathering to watch them be honored that is the trouble, that is the transmission point. The only way this, to me, is just personally speaking, is if it were live streamed somewhere, you'd have a much smaller area. It could just be the block on Main Street, one guy with a microphone and live streaming it on our YouTube channel, and there you go. But it's once all the bells and whistles come into play and you decorate the car and all the people want to see it, they're all going to gather, and they're not going to care about the 6 feet. They're going to get caught up. And getting caught up is what happens when people catch it. So to me, that's the weak point in an argument. The idea itself is good, but the desire to take it to the degree that we want to feel comfortable and like yesterday, that's the negative part. So I'm all for it if it can be streamed somehow, but it would take a lot of collaboration and coordination just to do that. But
Well, face masks would have to be worn, but no, we can't, how should I put it? We should, I think it's a great idea, but to have people close to each other, it's inviting, and I can understand, but I'm glad that the school district is working on something and that it would be worked out with them. All right, we have a motion and we have a second.
Oh, we're still there.
Yes, no further discussion. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Garola?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Okay, we will now move on to oral communications. Do we have anything coming in on live stream?
We have, Your Honor. I didn't know if.
Okay.
So we've received 2 comments from the same individual. His name is Robert Tillery. He provided comment earlier this evening. I'm listing to you debate on loan modification to businesses that violate state orders. Let me clarify who you folks represent, the constituents of this city, not state politicians. These small businesses are the city of Porterville. I urge you to open Porterville to stimulate the economy. You want to protect us from COVID-19, but history shows economic depression has been worse than any virus or plague. We elected you to listen and help our needs, but state politicians. Then submitted a second oral communication, which is no mask on the golf course, ridiculous.
Thank you very much. We will now go into other matters. Councilmember Garola.
I just again want to thank all the essential workers that are out there doing their jobs, and they're putting their health at risk as well. And I'd like to see the city council and the city put something out there to thank them all, either through our webpage or on the recorder, and just say, on behalf of the city, we want to thank you for all that you're doing and continuing to work and moving our products forward. So, and I know people are going to work. I have family members that are going to work, and they're worried. They're worried that are they going to bring it home to their families, and so just difficult. So when I hear somebody saying, I don't care, it's foolish to wear a mask, well, I'm sorry. I don't want it, nor do I want the rest of my family to have it.
Thank you very much for that. Councilmember Stowe? Councilmember Stowe? Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to say 2 things. So, my first point, or I guess what I want to say is my condolences to each of the families that have lost someone in our county. It's very sad, that their loved ones
not only were they probably not able to see them during them suffering from the COVID-19, but even in the instances and the stories I'm hearing is that people are not even able to have a funeral service to remember their loved ones. And so it is a very, very tough thing. And so I think that we have to do our best as a community to continue to abide with the state guidelines, to do our very best to help support each other in keeping in mind that we do have, people that are in our community struggling across the state, across the nation, when it comes to their economic status and their jobs. And so I think we just gotta, continue to move, and we are. I think as a council, we are moving very much together, and our city staff has been very much working hard to ensure that we can create a balance to making sure we do things right. Because, like, going back to it, I would feel very, very horrible, very sad to know that, by us not being smart, that more lives will be lost in the city and by our residents. So let's continue being smart in our decision making, and I appreciate everybody's collaboration. And so the second thing is, on those lines, this weekend is shout out to all the mothers out there. My mom is I grew up in a single parent home, so my mother has been my fortress. And she's, for those of you that know her, she's very passionate, and she loves her community, and she loves me so much, and I love her back. And also along those lines, to protect our loved ones, let's maintain stay at home as much as we can this weekend, and do our best to encourage our friends to do the same, and to make sure we're complying with the guidelines. So with that, that's pretty much all. All right.
Vice Mayor Reyes.
Thank you. I just want to remind anybody listening that by electing us to the office, or I'll speak for myself, by electing me to this office, I promise to compose myself, to keep decorum, to be fiscally responsible. But two of the other things that I've done by taking this office is swear an oath to uphold the Constitution as well as the California Constitution. So I think that being asked to violate that speaks more of the asker than it does of me. And I think that considering asking me to violate that oath is something that should be carefully considered. One of the things that I also wanted to mention is that having listened to the Board of Supervisors meeting this morning, I heard not one person from Porterville, a business, a citizen, recreational enthusiast, give them a request during public comment. And I want to remind everyone that they are the health authority in the county, and that sometimes I find myself a little bit confused about the messaging that I'm getting. Some people saying that I'm using too much power, or I say me, I guess I'll just speak for me. Some people saying that I don't have the power to do things. And the clear realization is that it's the county that all of these requests should be routed to, that switchboard should be lit up with all of these requests that are coming to me and the emails that I'm receiving. And so if you're within the sound of my voice, I want to encourage you to look at the true path of information to get the results that you're looking for, because barking up the wrong tree is not going to get you the results you want, nor the answers that are the facts that need to be relayed. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's very difficult, and every day we get updates with numbers and statistics, and my heart is heavy, especially for those who have passed away to COVID and other ailments as well. This pandemic has affected everyone in different ways and in different circumstances. For some, it's very personal because they have lost a loved one. For small businesses, because they are struggling to stay open and their economics. For the people who have been unemployed and have not received their unemployment or payment, I listen to conversations And the city manager and I are on calls because we're invited in with the state under Cal OES, and we listen to the different programs and to the numbers on a statewide level. And it hits hard because by admission, some of them are so far behind, especially in the unemployment. They have not denied that they are backlogged, and how they're trying to create waves on lines so that they can service each and every one. All the information that comes to us is posted on to the website. Under the auspice of the Health and Human Services, under the county, they're working very hard and diligently. Our city manager is on a daily call with our local hospital, and we're working collaboratively, and our school districts. There's a lot of communication that is out there, and it's not easy. State guidelines have been put in place. Do we violate the guidelines that have been put in place? There are people that would like to see us do that. But how can we violate guidelines, especially for some of the people that have gone through the state to get some of their licenses in some of the businesses, that if they jeopardize their position, it's because they choose to do it, because asking us to do something, I don't want to be responsible for someone that has obtained a license through the state for their business to lose their license because the state would come after them. That is the choice that would have to be made. I'm sorry, there is so much to be said, but to the staff here at City Hall, you can't imagine how grateful there are people who have said, I am so grateful that my trash is being picked up, that sanitation department is open, that they're providing the service so that we can have that they're working so that we can have water in our homes. The continued force of public safety, they are there. They're in the front line, just like in the medical field. You have those people as included as essential. There is no one that is non-essential. Everyone is important. And I have to tell you that this is affecting several cities. And we're doing the best that we can in the decisions that we make. There are many events that have come by and have not happened. I was thinking about the public when we would do the military ceremony. Where are we with that? That is something that is forthcoming that we would look forward to. Just recently, over the weekend, another event was the Cinco de Mayo parade. It didn't happen, and today is Cinco de Mayo. Another thing, today is also the National Day of Awareness for missing and murdered Native women and girls. Another event, another moment that has come, and here we are. Last week, I was invited to do a radio interview with regard to the census on labor broadcasting. How important the census is and how important it is to have people complete their forms. The city and a lot of organizations in the community have been very proactive, and this weekend they did a social media encouraging people to continue to submit and online. So with that being said, the city of Porterville makes me proud, and it's because of the people who live in it, reside in it, and the workforce behind all the departments. Mr. Lawless.
Well, you have all really spoken of the things I wanted to say. Your conversation this evening about small business was very appropriate, as May is Small Business Month. So thank you for all your comments on that. I hate to leave you with this evening, but while we've been having this meeting, your police and fire responded this evening to a bicyclist versus vehicle that ended in a fatal this evening. So we've had a 15-year-old male youth who was, and it was a hit and run. The 15-year-old youth was fatal. This was in the vicinity of Westwood, and I don't have a crossroad to that, but it was hit and run. There's been some good police work done tonight, and there is a 24-year-old male that's currently under arrest, or in custody. So, sorry to leave you on that note tonight, but police, the major accident investigation team is doing their investigation as we speak.
Thank you very much. It is